Hello, one and all. Come on. There. Let's get that started immediately, because we'll be waiting for several minutes. Hello, Night Fiend. Yes, it's still not on Emish Blade Warriors. So, I'm just getting Frey caught up on all the shenanigans that have happened. We meet Gabu, who is so upset that his parents died. Oh shit, that was quick. Never mind, chat. We going. Best case scenario. Man, so much for 6 minutes. Now let's get it. Pick the camera up a bit. Not gonna hit me, is it? No. I don't have a dash because I'm 50. You guys getting slapped proper. Expect. I did not expect this Q to pop so quickly. I figured that we'd be sitting here and chatting. Oh, nearly. That did get it. Da-da-da, let's see your heart. Not allowed. Not allowed to participate. Fine. Oh. Can't meditate, level 50. But when I now. Blah, 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 blah. Whoop. Got clipped by one of those, very well. Ooh, that's everybody's on top of each other. We survived. Oh, Pictomanch is beating me, I don't feel bad. Woo! Put him away. Oh, still a little bit more. Now he's gone. Alright. Hello, everybody. Who's got it? You. Picked it random. Alright. Are they just gonna dump me? Oh, no. I gotta go back to Camp Overlook. Alright. I got it. Okay, my stream is up and everything. Everything's looking good. Alrighty, so we were, we met Gabu. Gabu got so upset that he summoned Titan, because his parents died, unrelatable. And so we had to put Titan down because there's a fresh Titan running around. But we had a parlay with the leader of the kobolds, who basically said, "You guys are assholes. All we could do is summon because you don't give us any other choice." And Alfino's like, "We need to make another choice. We're gonna put a pin in that and leave it for like 2 expansions." But that's That's fine. So I need to go to Camp Overlook now. Which is that one. See you around, Frey. Ooh, big Garstormer breathe fire. How nice of him. I am not participating in this phase. Hello, Gabu. He's not having it. How's you doing, Alice? Yep, we're back. It's fine. We return safe and sound. G is done then. Titan is no more. Stoic nod. Enough tragedy this day. He's been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall, such as the Alliance's policy, yes? We must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Assail's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Isgard's peace. Not quite the same thing, but this is also not quite the same thing. The Gabu's being weird. That's all we know for now. There's naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, such as going to talk to the guys 20 feet over this way. It's Bloade and Bleed, whatever. Talking to you. Save for sore eyes when the others came back without you. I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. Me and 7 other adventurers. How convenient. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that ain't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part. We weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like a cause for celebration. Now, I know you have a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass of the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Are we actually staying the night? I guess we are. Warrior of Light's wondering who's on cooking duty, because no one's attending in and the fish is going to burn. A very, very slow, confused look.
Who goes there?
Just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas.
Cut him off a little bit.
It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever.
Man, we got the lisp-ass microphone. They do clean that up eventually. Just have to power through it.
I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos.
So, something I picked up on in watching some panels on 14, finding purpose in the sea of chaos is a specific phrase that was used during Coils of Bahamut when talking with Lyse. And that specific phrase, finding purpose in the sea of chaos, is then a reference to this specific struggle that Alphino and Lyse go in, that they're sort of trying to find their place in the world, trying to get understanding of Eorzea, why Lyse sacrificed himself for it, and what they can do in response to this legacy and their own. And that is something I absolutely completely missed, and would know unless you were looking for it. I believe it comes back around very intermittently, but it's specifically when the twins are talking to each other or to you. It's also a larger 14 theme.
My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve, and of the people whose actions I could not understand.
Another theme of 14 is forgiveness and second chances, which is relevant to 14 itself because of 1.0, which is also tied in with this finding purpose and not everyone lives forever. Anyway.
There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing.
Indolence is another specifically coded word, or that it's not wisdom, it is indolence. I believe indolence is, let me look it up again. Sort of turning a blind eye, I believe. Yes, avoidance of exertion. So, basically it's saying that you could do more, but you've chosen not to, which just makes it look bad for you. Anyway.
We have to try, do we not?
Which boils down to that phrase.
Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
That's all. This is a very important and very subtle clue. Later on in the stream, we'll be talking about this more in depth. But here, Lyse is acknowledging Urianger as a close friend, which also implies that Lyse can pick up on the more subtle cues of that Urianger has something going on. And I'm going to understandably circle back to this in a little bit once that becomes a little bit more relevant. Here we go. What are we going to say to her? Traveled far away with two companions who were... Alright, that's the camping. Under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Imric. When Alfie and I came to the... We're going to talk about Sir Imric. He's our latest squeeze.
He is quite a man, the Lord Commander. I shall have to thank him for his kindness. Truth be told, I was rather taken aback by it all. Given Ishgard's famous love of foreigners, I was half expecting the Kyrugians to berate me for bleeding. But I never heard an unkind word. Everyone there seemed relatively open and friendly, in fact, thanks in no small part to your tireless efforts, I suspect. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
Meanwhile, Gabu is trying to count all the stars in the sky. Loses count and has to start again. Thus begins the Warrior of Light's legacy as the cool aunt and or uncle. Meanwhile,
to what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scions' thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
so this was, at this point, they're sort of, if the voice itself didn't tip you off, that's big clue number one. Also old friends as relations to Scions, but there's some plausible deniability there.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
And in case you missed the indolence, you got this. So I do enjoy how 14 will seed things, and that it so if you were if you were particularly attentive, as in had all of your stuff together, you would remember all the way back at the end of A Realm Reborn patch content that Urianger in fact spoke with Elidibus. You didn't know about what or why. It was just a sort of a little... He walked into the mystery room where all the Ascians scheme, and then he's talking to an Ascian, and you're like, oh, what's going on here? And then Heavensward happens, and you likely forget about it. Or don't think too much about it, because then you just go to Urianger and you get quests to do the extremes, and you're like, it must not have been that big of a deal. Secondly, you get the slightly more nuanced clue that Lyse immediately senses there's something wrong with Urianger. And that was really well done, because you did not know Lyse enough at that point in the story. So, and the way it was played off is that you, as the Warrior of Light, sort of look over to Alphino and Lyse is just like, what's going on with her? Like, you think that she's got a stick up her ass about Urianger for some reason. And so you almost dismiss it as more Lyse's up to something, not understanding that Lyse's bullshit meter is actually really good. That is where the clue that you get when they were having that conversation on the cliff comes into play. Where Lyse mentions Urianger as a close friend. At which point then, it's not that Lyse didn't dislike Urianger, it's that she noticed something was going on. And so maybe if you were able to put those things together, you would understand something. Also, with the understanding that you notice that there's this random-ass Elizin who's hanging out with the Warriors of Darkness and seems to be some extra piece of the puzzle. So maybe all that, you're like, okay, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Doesn't really make sense for him to be turning traitor. Then during that scene, you hear his voice. Now, localization notwithstanding, you're like, oh, maybe it's just the same voice actor doing something similar things, but it's another clue. But then he repeats the same words, the indolence word that you just heard. And so, like, at that point, if any of the more obscure puzzle pieces didn't clue you in, that would be like, okay, hang on a minute. This is somebody who has to be a student of Louis Soir, and you're like, okay, now there's something going on here. Now you're cluing in as to who it is, and then they say scions as old friends. Now the list gets a little bit smaller, and then when the Mo and Brita line is dropped, at that point it's just a tell. And what's fun about this is, like, you could also miss all of that. Like, maybe you're just skipping the cutscenes, or maybe you forgot about Mo and Brita because it's been a few months, which horrible, but it happens. Or maybe you just remembered her but not her name. You get it. So at this point, it's sort of like they start off with the very obscure references, and then they're making their ways down until it's increasingly obvious. And sort of like at one point along the way, that'll be your click that you're just like, hey, wait a minute, I think I know what's going on here. And this goes back to, it's not about the mystery specifically, because at this point the mystery may be solved, and I think it gets a little bit more obvious later when we meet up with him in the Waking Sands. But this is a lot about execution and a lot about sort of setting the scenes, because now we have an idea of what he is, and now we're seeing Urianger basically setting up the Warrior of Light to be killed. And so now the intrigue isn't much who is this masked person, which it was before, and now it's transitioning into what the hell is he doing? I thought he was our bro. So it's just awesome sequence of events, and this is probably one of my favorite quests in the entire game. What ho? Oh man. Here comes a what ho from Alphino from no reason. I did have a good night's rest. This moment speaking with Thancred and Nastola via Link Pearl, they have some interesting news to share. Backhand him. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates that had once borne Isgard seals, so it would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it's only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the time, it only seems prudent to look into the recent activity of the other tribes in case they are too flushed with... They too are flushed with this guardian crystals, and with that in mind, I suggest we pray Urianze another... Wait, where's Lyse? He's here in minute with Gabu. Nice, nice cruise chaser there. He can't talk to you like that. Hi, Gabu. Hi, Lyse. Time to leave. Stoic nod. Charlie's just speaking again. If there's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother! Commander bloated, and something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. To answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure he slept. If he did, it seems none the better for it. Just shuffles about, the same expression on his face. He will look after you. We'll elect him, won't you, and treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know that for certain what has become of him. Needn't worry, if he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this would have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. So sorry, Gabu, I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say, the pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Ah, I will remember them and you, Lyse. Thank you. Comes out for a little bit. Thus begins the story of one of my favorite unseen, unnamed, and never referenced NPCs, which is whatever person in Maelstrom Command is whose job it is to look after Gabu for 2 expansions. I salute this random individual, some storm private who just had to babysit a catatonic kobold for years. And it must be a son of a bitch. Like, you look after this guy forever, and then Lyse shows up after 6 months, and then Gabu's just like, it's Lyse! Just like, I've been right here for you, man. I don't know. Anyway. Yes, yes. Orchestrated events will be made to answer their crimes. You think Gabu is a hamster cage? He does now. It's one of the... It's a real big... Al? How big of a hamster cage would a kobold need? Probably not a big one, like 5 feet. Did he make like hamster? It's like, it would be like one of those. I'm trying to think. You know those toddler playpens? Like they're like 6 foot square and they're like soft and everything. Maybe he has a ball pit. Most ball pits actually. Yeah, he'll probably have a room. I don't think that he'd need a. Who knows? Who knows? Not I. I'd like to think about it though. He's got a little room in there somewhere. He's just hanging out. Some random ass Rogadin or Mikote or somebody just pops on in. Ooh, there's a fate nearby. Oh, hang on a minute. Pray return to the Waking Sands. I think I have a ticket for this. Woo, got it. me. Ray return. Suppose, yeah, I suppose. Well, we moved to the Rising Stone. This is more neutral. Hello, Urianger. We've heard the glad tidings from Ogamoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Lemsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him. Enabling our friend to dispatch him for the Warriors of Darkness can make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Imagine this giant wire cage with wood chips and a giant hamster wheel. Look, man, you gotta have something to do. Let's speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou did request, I sought out the Garen oracles that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Through their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture. One of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Minphilius spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die. Correct. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and the subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to the transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void where none may know either life or death. I mean, I hope the Maelstrom takes him out for walks and stuff, you know what I mean? Hamster wheel can only help you for so long. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. Giant ham. Oh yeah, we need one of them big, like, big old hamster balls, just running all the way around, knocking over all the people in the Aetherite Plaza who are just slash dancing on AFK. That is true then, gods. No one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegan? Strange, and you believe this to be the work of the same Asgardian smugglers? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rulgur. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of the Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Asgardian supplies appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. I do believe that is the mystery mole from the patch content, who we sussed out with Ilbert's help, of all people. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out resistance group which receive the crystals without delay. Off to Alamigo. Lyse, still not seeing it. Yes, of course. I would like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May ever walk on the light of the crystal. A subtle reminder of why he's doing this. Though we still don't know. Well, we have a call. Tancred has tidings. Temple Knights raided Smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they are an employee of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Whap, whap. Then you have them. But few remained I. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Amaric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And here I was thinking I might be finally one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Iscarian... Yep, infamous Ivy yourself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Cut off. Thancred, with whom else has you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Castola next, but if there's someone else, you should have me notify first. No, there isn't. Lyse already thinking a step ahead with her suspicion. Who will they let us talk to? Lyse's run off. Hurry on, Joey, to get safe yourself. We proceed with all due caution. To what end the refugees' covet crystals remaineth to be seen. So we're seeding the reflections, the calamities, and the remaining worlds all the way back here. We sort of don't know what to make of it yet, and we're going to be distracted by Stormblood in a little bit. But yeah, we are down to 6. And we were almost down to 5, but the rejoining of the 13th was bollocksed up. And we were almost down to 5 again, but the first is going to be rescued in short order. 4 of them we don't have explicit knowledge on, but then the 5th one is Alexandria. Of the remaining 6. And this is a thread they better pull on in future, but anyway. When the world's gotten into her, it's twice now that we saw Uriandra's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon is one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the level of your estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Again, just adding an extra few pieces of evidence in case you didn't put it together. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the 3 of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, Little Alamigo awaits. So for the conspiracy itself, now we're starting to get a larger hold of it. There's a matter of desperation. It seems that Urianze... Where are we going? Little Alamigo? Why am I? I'm not walking. We're going. When I first played through this, I was sort of just like, man, what is going on with all this? I was very confused and intrigued. We're gonna talk to Lyse next. Get to the bottom of this. Forgive me, it's been a long day. Do you have something to say? Urianze, I always struggle to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Viola, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then. The more pressing matters, since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Yeah. Best say hi to Papalymo while you can. So to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, is we'll be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Why don't you question the residents in the eastern half, and on the west, blah, blah, blah. They are not going to talk to the twins. But, as it so happens, We did a little bit of legwork, groundwork, help work for the Alamegan resistance here, and we are now going to pick up where that left off. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. Who's the Griffin? And is he well? Heard he's come down with something. He's a bit ill. I see you there, going about and asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems there's the talk of little Alamigo these days, folk wondering what he's about, and what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. I think we go upstairs to the third one. Yep. Yep. Here's a altar to Rhalgr, by the way. There's a big ass one when we get to Rhalgr's Reach, but that's one that they brought with them. Resistance dignify now. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Well, hello, Snooty. You're basted. Very well. That's a reference to the masks, which I believe would be the Alamegan masks. Interesting. Suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. It's a Griffin. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Oh, never mind. We're not getting to the... Oh, it's the Jackals, and we're not there yet. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement. And many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. Convenient. You can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. More on that later. But I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments. We yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions. Given that you and Gundabal already are acquainted, mayhap it should be best if you took the lead. Gundabal doesn't yet think we're a lunatic because we haven't done the Dark Knight campaign. Convenient for us. As people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years, but if that's the case, just what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why hasn't he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Much as it pleases me to see you again, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. Asking about Griffin and the crystals? The Griffin, I know of him as do we all. He and his mask have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there is a suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Once again, men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilrid. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. Reference to the Realm Reborn, where Wilrid, Oop. What am I stepping on? Hang on a minute. Oh. The towel, we're fine. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes, and weigh his words with your own heart. So we're gonna go listen to the speech. Lyse is gonna stay behind for Tancred. Follow up? Men who can inspire and such fervor in their followers are destined to shape the world. In what manner, however, is not always clear until it is too late. The young ones were led astray once. Help us ensure it never happens again. Yeah, so Wilrid was a wayward Alamegan refugee who we sort of steered him in the right way. Then we asked him to join the Crystal Braves, and the Crystal Braves maybe killed him when he found out that things are going wrong. Bad news. Whatever could be keeping him, if he's taken the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Lyse never changes. Yeah, that's a bit far. Let's have a get on our Grand Company Chocobo and fly on over. Leaving little El Amigo in a straight line. Difficulty impossible. If you do the Amalja questline, tribal quests for enough days, you finally learn how to leave El Amigo. That's the true achievement for doing those tribal quests. It has nothing to do with some of the dyes that you can get there. And a pretty good story, to be honest. Sandstone Golem, look, he can't wait to see the Griffin.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same.
We're ashamed.
We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home.
It's great talking to everyone here. Everyone's so happy I killed it.
We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery.
So murder hobo as a term is accurate, though really Xenos really starts his murder hobo ways after we kick his ass. Because at that point he's an actual hobo because he doesn't have a home or a body, but we'll get there. And that is when he really just starts wandering around murdering things, trying to figure things out. Beforehand he was a psychotic bored person who did serial killer walks at people. Basically he had to get his game up, and to get his game up he turned into a murder hobo. Anyway. Gilbert's talking, let's listen.
The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
Pit.
Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
Found him.
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
We only recognize Yda as long as he has a mask on. I'm going... Bahamut barely counts because it's coils, and technically Bahamut was just locked up and hanging out. Shinryu is actually a real murder hobo. Nidhogg is just grumpy. There's no dragon in... Well, there's not a murder hobo dragon in many of the other expansions.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Yda! Everybody look, it's Yda! Look, she's so silly and carefree and beautiful. Happy with my imagination, but you see rather more rugged and world weary than last we spoke. Alright. Say hi to our friends. We're just gonna express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! It was pretty obvious you and Viola would be fine. Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were, and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. Do you truly believe that? Forgive me. What exactly have you been up doing all this time? You're paying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Yda, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties to Crystal Braves and the General Robot had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. Having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. Which could have just gone to the Waking Sands at any time, but eh. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time. This is the more relevant part. Leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions that you never received it. Be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we've also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. Griffin mistrusts the Scions. Intimately distrusts. Curious, it's well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think that the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. Yda stepping in it, hilarious. What? It's not as if I'm making you all wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Never change, Yda. Oh, wait! Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it would be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, to get a better sense of the man. And now you've heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Talk about crystals again. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make a reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible to say they are alluding to a primal. Oh boy, are they alluding. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. And my fists. Hell yeah, we got Papalymo back, and also Yda. Especially Yda. Drink it in, everybody. Yda, you could have been the best. The best scion. You honestly think he's planning to liberate Almega with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? More on that later. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation where there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he could probably tell us the mask's plan in broad strokes. Like the man who impersonates, however, he's wary of outsiders. He would not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Yda and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You'll need to look the part where we might obtain the charade. We have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabo and have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Yay, fresh dirt. It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, let us be off. Got a whisper? The Kojin outfit on? That is, yeah. That's a price. That's the Kojin outfit, beautiful. My Grand Company Chocobo over here. Bird was rumored to be a Mad King's bastard son. remember if that comes up. I don't. That does not. It's interesting. I just don't remember it. You're the one with the sack of guilt. You do have the sack of guilt, don't you? Bitch, I'm rich. I don't want you to, but I want no part of it. A heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papalymo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. I think I have a screenshot of this one still. I got a chuckle out of it back in the day. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seeing as you're friends of Papalymo, there. Tunic and slaps to the both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change, and see you at the spot Papalymo marked on our maps. Wearing the weathered shepherd's tunic and slops. I actually have to put it on. Man, today's the day for Grand Company Chocobos. It's completely the wrong way, but I've committed to it now. All right, so I have this written down for this very moment. One of the reasons I was recording all this, I had made mention of this back when this originally happened. So, when we did the Alamigo stuff in Alamigan refugee stuff in Gridania, there were two main people in the quest line. There was Mefrid, who was the captain, and he was the one who asked us to go do things, and we asked around town, and nobody really wanted to help or get involved. And then there was Galleon. Galleon is the one who had the infected wound that we helped, and then later on he tried to run away because he didn't want to be a burden to his people. And then Mefrid ran over to him and says, "We're Alamegans, we look after each other. We're all going back together, or none of us are." So those are the two names to look for in the conversation. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game. Of course, what's amusing about this is that the ruse doesn't last at all. We don't know this at this point.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem
Oops, sorry, FNO. I didn't care.
I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
Oh, we're giving it up.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
Lizardman, Yda. He's wrapped up with the situation. It's fine.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
That cut to Yda. Papalymo acknowledges it.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Emulger?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Yda and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Not a lot of Hrothgals around here.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
So he was the one who was injured, which makes him Galleon. Who was thusly inspired because we saved his life.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Yda, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Yda. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
The decisive baby waddle from Papalymo. Ah, Falalafels. Better. Warhamilly said, "Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters." Alf, you know. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together. We must find and secure those crystals. There is no time for looking back. We take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere between Zaharak, somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Emulger. You must surprise Lyse of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. I am not finding my way back in again.
Hello, Flame Dragon.
Well, greetings.
Animal well greetings, you can say.
How many rabbits do you have now?
I got no more since when you left.
Oh no. Did you figure
I
out
only
that?
know where,
Did
I
you
only
figure?
know where 2 of them are.
Okay.
And after I find those, there's another 9 I have to find. I don't even know where to begin.
Did you figure out that egg thing?
Oh, you mean the giant notes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just misplayed 1 note, which is why it wouldn't open. I did all of it.
Nice.
Played the notes.
I gotta catch up on the VOD.
Yeah, it turns out the upside down egg was indeed important.
Yes.
But the thing is that I was actually hyper focused on the 8x8 grid that I mentioned, and I thought that had something to do with it.
People gotta just let you cook.
But anyway, the 8x8 grid actually helped me figure out that the upside down egg was upside down, so it inadvertently got to the answer.
That specifically, there is no way in hell that I would have thought that. I would have just thought that like the egg was upside down egg and that was its quirk.
Yeah, so the reason I solved it is that by putting it in an 8x8 grid, I realized that that one particular egg wouldn't fit unless it was flipped. Because there's a pattern to each of these where these eggs are placed. And the pattern would break because that one was upside down. So if I flip it, then it fixes it. And that's how I realized that was the right answer. Which was kind of amusing.
That's BS.
What's BS? Sorry.
The upside down egg.
Oh, is it?
Cheeky.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't have chat for some reason. Twitch has decided chat does not exist for me.
Again, people
Oh,
are
no,
losing.
okay, here we go. I refreshed. It came back. Okay, I refreshed. It came back. Okay. But no, like, I would have just tried the whole thing and then maybe tried the whole thing with the flipped egg, but I got sidetracked.
But you got there. Yeah, I gotta
We
figure
got
out
there in the end, and after getting all the way, getting all that and getting through it, I have done 0 progress since because I got nothing as a result of doing it.
What did the?
I got something. I got a hint, but I don't know where
Alright.
to do this hint. I don't know where it applies. So
We're
yeah,
back
that's
in
how we've done nothing since you
back
left.
in a deep dive there. Alright, so we just met the Griffin's imposter, and we were discussing how I went back through my VODs and we figured out who specifically the NPC who was him. It was a guy named Galleon, and we made medicine for him because he was gonna die from a festering wound. Anyway. You came for the good shit. And also you came at a very good time because there's a discussion I wanted to have about things. Subterfuge is the best scion. We'll get to the moment. Thancred has finally arrived. Mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Yda and Papalymo were here all along? Well, Stola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Everybody's stoically nodding, including the Warrior of Light. I read your previous post. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. Hello, masked man. Players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Here we go, buddies. I think there'd be more obvious signs that something was afoot, but if anything, this seems quieter than I remember, and I have a bad feeling. He's got a bad feeling, guys. Confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Several cutscenes will play in sequence! I think this is the first time that means you're going to be in a combat duty. Do something very important. Oop. There. Okay, now we can go in.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Controller MSQ. I cannot play with the keyboard. I can type messages to people who were sending me FC invites. I can manipulate the dressing room if I want to show off a hat I can't wear, but if I'm doing gameplay, it is with this piece of plastic in my hands.
Not willingly, no.
Not the Emulger.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
He's had a bad day. Week, month, year, decade.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice. Unlike your sister.
Lyse!
He's not a red mage yet. It's fine. He gets that rapier, and it's just the last thing that everybody gets.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Well, you're all fucked.
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
I'm synced to 60. Kill the one in the dress. Not that button. This button.
There's no escape.
Oh, she's back up. Oh, I remember this now. There's a pattern to it. Oh, no, wait, no. This is the whole point. Right. The whole point is that they keep getting back up and that we're fighting each other over and over. Oh, it's been a bit. Fire 4. We've been fettered. Ardbert yelled enough.
It ends now. What?
The chains.
It's a cutscene. Anything can happen.
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart.
Question. Urianger or Lyse? Do you pick
Is this for me?
Do you pick the person that has the single most badass moment in the entire game? Or do you pick the person who is consistently awesome the entire time?
I'd say consistently.
Okay. So that's a vote for Lyse then.
Uh-huh.
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 He won me over here, and I never looked back.
But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12, Urianger.
Oh no, I ripped the mask off.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
No.
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance.
Channel ether.
Channel your ether into my
Yes!
blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready!
Make ready, guys. Oh no, we all had our buff supplied. There it is. Oh no, I have one all ready to go. Look at that. Wait. Oh, we gotta... Hang on. What am I doing here? Minute. Stand somewhere? Beat them up. Ah, there it is.
The ether. Oh, it's not enough.
Must channel so much at once. Right now can we go kill people? Keeping an eye out over there. Got him on the ropes. Oh, thine ether. Channeling again, guys. Got him. Who's got him? Hang on a minute. I have to think for this. Fine. Hang on a minute. Fine. You want to do this? Oh, we're back. Gotta kill him now. Oh, no, he's taunted. Whap.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Whee!
No. Not like this.
Too cool for school. Time to talk to Mom. true red mage limit break 3, it completely blinds the screen.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
Mom has to come in and break it up.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
There's some jank when it comes to targeting things with the controllers. I do agree with that. You can't, the way that tab targeting works with the controller is not the same way that tab targeting works with the keyboard. There's sort of there is what you have selected, and then there's looking at there's a focus, which is like a soft selection. So like if you do left and right on the D-pad, you'll get that little circle that goes and looks at things, and that's you like highlighting things for you to look at, not you changing your selection. I think there is a button combination. I think it's L2 R1 that lets you actually tab through things. What I did is I cleared all of my selection. Whoever I was targeting, I would clear the selection, so I'd mash the B button, and then I would click the blade by centering it on my mouse, or centering it on the middle of the screen. If you don't have a target, then highlighting and focus are the same thing. It's jank as hell. It's crap like this is why I had that whole training montage in the months leading up to Dawn Trail, because I knew that garbage like this was going to trip me up. There's still a couple things about the controller that I learn every once in a while, and there are still a couple things I don't know how to do, but anyway. It's a pain in the ass.
As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait!
He said wait. Hang on. We gotta wait.
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence.
Won too much.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I
I've died before, Albert. I'm not afraid to die again.
Albert. He said the name.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Lyse, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Must needs. Columbia Pictures presents.
I appreciate that joke.
Thank you.
What is this place?
Every once in a while, I'll just throw one out, and I'm like, I don't even know if that matters.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
I do like this thematically as sort of
Mother
a.
Hydaelyn, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light.
Bounty of light.
In this desperate hour, we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Thematic callback to the original A Realm Reborn stuff and sort of the inversion of it. This whole quest line is just so good.
Minfilia.
Changed your hair.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications. She has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
She's level 90.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark.
Always crystals. It's always the Ascians, or it's the Alligans, or it's all three at the same time. Thanks, Amon.
Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be.
And when you meet Vana, you understand that absolutely everybody who gets in her path just gets beat the hell up. Zardiark is no exception.
Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Endwalker reference.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
When we get to Endwalker, I'm definitely going to have a fist clench counter. I have morbid curiosity.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Doesn't work out, maybe there'll be some red-headed cat boy who'll help you out. What? Crystal Tower, get out.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Leave this part in a dungeon when you're 89, that I'll help you out with.
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
Flamin. Flamin. Still gonna say Flamin, you can't stop me. I guess you could stop me, actually. Let's not put that to the test.
Stop it, fine.
Ah, damn it. Ah, I knew it. I shouldn't have said anything. I could have gotten away with it. Welcome back. Oh, hi, Midgar Armor.
I actually forgot where the fuck you were because it was foggy.
For the fog, the camera angle, I'm like, wait, they didn't just dump us directly into Girabania, did they?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
For a second, I was like,
that can't be right. We're not there yet.
I know. They're not cool enough to put a different zone in a future expansion patch content. I got thrown off. And I was like, I see where we are now. Mancred, how you doing? ... Another FC.
Don't respond to them.
I say no thank you.
No.
Yes. Speak thy mind, I do not expect thy forgiveness. Well, things did not unfold as perhaps, I mean to say, I truly mean that she, forgive me, I should not have spoken. It is not my place. It seems that we are in southern Thanalan again. Menthilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If we gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But perhaps that is their wish. It's a little mind breather.
I will be right back.
Okay. Yes, we've done it. That is my single favorite quest line in the entire game. It's all downhill from here. Just kidding. We have Dawn Trail to look forward to. And also Shadowbringers. But anyway.
Excuse me, I didn't leave yet. How fucking dare you?
I thought you left. Sorry. Uh, I'd like to think that he actually left his computer, sensed I was gonna be up to some japery, ran back to call me on my nonsense, and then went back to whatever he was doing.
I actually went to go deal with something super quick, and then was about to close it down and leave, and then I heard you say Dawn Trail, and I was like, wait a fucking minute.
It's like the bat signal. You just speak the name and you will appear. Why is this so funny? Sorry. It's a moment.
No, it's not fucking Thalia for the 100th time, so it's...
Oh man. Ugh. This is what nested inside jokes look like. Alfido's talking to me. Thoughts were elsewhere, and this one I knew full well there was work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zarak and secure them. The Amalzar are still being disarray after the thrashing the warriors of Larctus gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard. He's still a lone bard. He's so cheeky. Bro's a ninja. He's still calling himself a bard. Don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I'll see you at the Rising... We're going to the Rising Stones now. To go and find Yda and Papalymo, they must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Yep. Must be tired. I know I am. Thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Ascian in white at the great library. That was her feet that was scurrying away. Way back in the cutscene where the scurrying rats. Legend has it say Dawn Trail 3 times over a broken mirror at midnight. Mortel appear to rant about it. You'll see 7.2. It'll all turn around. But really, we just need that one piece of content that'll bring us all back. Just that one little thing. Will they give it to us? That's a different story. We'll find out. But we are getting way, way ahead of ourselves, and 14's still a good game. My hour town, actually. Oh, it's a big number. I'm not saying it out loud. It's embarrassing. Anyway. Try not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared that you had simply betrayed us. With that there has been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I would like to rest. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Off we go. No, not that one. Not that one. That one. Let's keep an eye out for some goofy names we got today. Regular name. Slathborn. You're here. I suppose we're far enough along. Interesting that you're here now. I'm not even done with Heaven's Word. And the quest giver for Eureka is here. Eureka Orthos, specifically. The actual original Eureka. And then Nero's right here being a smug bastard, God bless. Anyway. Pray return, etc., etc. Thought he was at the Rising Stones. Hang on a minute. Oh, we're going to Alamigo? Okay then. Hello, Hoary Boulder. Goodbye, Hoary Boulder. We'll be back. Oh man, today's Grand Company Chocobo Day. Yeah. Oh, there you are. We finished our search, in case you were wondering. Well met, Viola. Alphino said you'd be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cast of crystals in the masked camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually... Fade away. Very nice. Catter above is very cat. Is there a way to do very cat so that it would show up as a emote? Probably not. It's fine. As is. I don't believe it. The crystal's been filling all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. Sympathize. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. Bittersweet eye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Yda and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges you have faced in our absence. It absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We're gonna catch up. We're gonna have a girl talk. Hello, Gundabald. Oh, nice butt shot of Gundabald. Gundabald's still packing. He's an old man, but he got to where it matters. Alive and standing here before me in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Come now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Don't think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation set us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope. And young Yda, most of all. Yda here is always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Till the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. What can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, you see, but I got involved with my friends here at the Scions. I'm sorry, we're still the circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I have to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let you know where Yda is. Now we're going to the Rising Stones. It makes sense they had to throw that little else take me for giving you that mask. They had to throw that little bone in there in order to properly plant what was going on. Alright, now we're going here. Cobra burn, that's so interesting. Rip. Anything to say? Horribold is just awesome. Lammin, how you doing? Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she'll always be with us. Oh, nice. Welcome home. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that thank God has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, you'll rejoin us here and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Ishtola and Kryl and briefed him on all that has occurred. I also request that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Know that our lost friends have been found. It seems best to discuss our future. Our future. Look, the band's back together.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since... Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalymo rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask.
Elder gods of Eorzea.
I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
Students of Eldestin will be fine.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
He said his name weird.
He did. He's trying to get him to be mad.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes.
He said it sarcastically. Rectified his canon truth.
She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
For delay. Portale.
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalymo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja. Not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Papalymo's not taking this.
And what will you do, Lyse?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Real
But I will
recognizes
second
real.
the titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
He's gonna talk about pentamelding again, isn't she? The Ravana sword does not seem practical from a holding it perspective. It also, the handle goes so high up that it'll clip you through. Ah, the road ever goes on.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
When the dawn breaks, is there going to be a trail? Not too soon. Too soon, sorry. We've done it! Alright, what do you bitches have to say? Maybe argue that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of the 10 and 3 reflections an offense to the natural order. That most assuredly is the Asians' belief. 'Twas in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me, imagining it sufficient to secure mine allegiance. Nor would they have been mistaken, were my heart a temple to truth alone. But as a devoted follower of Master Louis' teachings, and for the love I bear him and his, I hearkened not to their words. Interesting. An affront to nature. It is interesting to see how much of this stuff is so soon. I have Americ's assurances that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on the Asgardian crystal trade. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner having been cut short. Courteous fellow, isn't he? You'd never guess he was a politician. Dig. I suppose I should not be surprised with everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors. She naturally felt obligated to make up one of her own. Hi, Yda. How you doing? Same as it ever was. Ryle? Would seem that I'm a scion then. Some derive comfort from such titles, but I cannot say I feel any different from before. Well, mayhap a twinge of pride. As agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own independent research. Should you have need of our services, however, you are of course welcome to seek us out. Science of 7th hour. Look how far we've come. Blah, 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 blah. End of the thing. It's time for 2-5.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
That's a good question. Whose voice that is? I think it's Elidibus, but it was a new narrator at the beginning of this quest line. It changed hands from Lord Forton to whoever this guy is.
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Well, I'm a samurai main, so you can have it. Valiac symbol. Subtle.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
I don't think it's Alfie, no. He'll talk again.
There is cause to hope.
Maybe it is him. I don't know who it is.
Every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Yeah. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. Could be Papalymo. Too masculine to be mom. A very understated Papalymo, which is, I guess, possible if he's just reading and not emoting and trying to keep Yda from outing herself. Man, you're in the shroud. What are you doing a black shroud? It plays. Oh, they're trying to pick up the Viper questline. Makes sense. True believers are so readily led. I've given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they are ultimately to our advantage. Be it a host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. And, well, other people's interest. And for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. This is actually Sir Americ's fault. My apologies to Alfino. The Eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. It really is just like a tailored fit. We're in Cartano. They got rid of this map because it was bullshit. Monks kept pulling people off. It was not fun. So it was here all along. Hello, you beautiful bastard. Up to wake up a raid series. Just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Well, I mean, thinking about it, if you needed a person who was full of anger and resentment and would do anything to get their wish fulfilled. Well. Oh, it's the squirrel. It's a squirrel reference. Ha! Very well, game. I will allow it. That moment for yes. Told her everything that happened she needed to know, and I thought it would be the best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. How you doing, Yda? You gonna... Oh, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. Oh, hello, Papalymo. My word, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Yda, well, all things in time, I suppose. Anything? It's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself, yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic as there is in exploration of all things. Just here I wanted to see, would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forest. This won't take long, I promise. Are we getting new drip? Oh no! This is when we're assaulted. Ah, I can't wait. Time to get accosted by a potato. We'll now know everything about you, every nook and cranny. Sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. I love the female Hrothgar surprised how like they raise their hands up, sort of like it. I like it. It's a good shocking pose. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. They are all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. That's right, Totaro knows how big you are. You can lie to other people, but not to her. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time. Aha, found you. Alfino wants everyone in Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. That is an accidental burn. Peak Yda. Oh, I'm gonna miss you. you interact with a few of these people in the various crafting stuff for A Realm Reborn, and also when you're doing the Zodiac weapon quest. So it's a fun little callback if you did any of those things. Otherwise, just some random people from Mordona beat you up and measured you.
Did we miss anything?
Either way,
We
it
would not
works.
presume to begin without you, Yda. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Oh, God, this is what we needed this whole time, Lyse. Someone to just shoulder check Alphino at the moment he's gone off the rails. We've done it. We're saved.
Thank you, Lyse. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Oh, man. If we ever do another time jump, I want an Y'shtola who just completed her transformation to Master Matoya and is just this level of I don't care about you all the time. Something for me to look forward to.
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
I'm gonna miss this Thancred too.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
It's too late, Yda.
Hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
They've already stolen her ability to play dress up with her when you're done with the custom deliveries. But we can heal her wounds, I guess. That makes sense.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Yda. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Yda and Papalymo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Baelsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Lim-Salaminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Everybody
To
going.
Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed.
Everybody's going to their respective strengths, as it were. Amusing that the Warrior of Light is in fact the envoy to discard, which makes sense. Papalymo and Yda were skipped over, but that's
I believe
because
that covers everything.
the
Let us
twins
be about
were
our
more
tasks.
recent.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a
Okay.
bloody end.
That confirms it was Papalymo's voice before, just more muted.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
It's interesting because he's talking in a much more, I guess,
It was Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
he's talking a much more reserved, metered when he's reading compared to how he normally talks. That's what threw me off. But it also makes sense in.
And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
In other contexts, Papalymo narrating this makes sense. Conferring with Stola, we've decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. Okay, they are going back to their old stomping grounds. Hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tatara will take good care of her. Are they anywhere to be seen? What Bits is up to? Nothing of interest. I believe this is the magical door where all of the healing is stored. But we're back to Ishgard. I'll once again address you from standing on the table. Hi, Lucia. Got some war things. Another cutscene! Good to see you. It's busy under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I certainly have sent for some wine. But to business, I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Iskar, of course, sent an envoy to attend the council. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Yeah, go ahead. Representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloop that he was to lead in your absence. Ready, company, Lucia, to the gates of judgment. Just remember that we're going to see Nero again. He's just going to be awesome. No other business. Join me at the gates of judgment. Yes, we just said that. We get to, yeah, you have to hand the quest off. It makes sense. Or here on hard times. Keep looking at that fountain, buddy. I believe in you. Oh, sorry, Frey. Wrong way. Artemis Longheart. Would it have been faster to? Probably not. This is probably what it's going to be faster, yes. No, let's go. You're perhaps wondering who will represent Iskard at the council as is a military matter. I would not be surprised if Sir Amalric nominated himself. He's yet a Lord Commander of the Temple Knights after all. Just being coy about it. Counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as the envoy. Not that I can see there was any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military operations. Be it as may, I cannot in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I must trust you understand. Alas, I test your patience still further by making a brief stop to Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Oh, it's Midgar Summer today. The other best mount. Guy's still doing squats. Not the pictures there now. Garrison commander away to then will not accompany me. You may see a familiar face. Oh, I ruined the surprise by going in there early. I should have known. Viola, old girl, wonderful to see you, and Sir Amalric too. To what do I owe the unexpected pleasures? I'll have mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nope. Not trouble yourself, we shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary. He's learning to delegate. He delegated the plot dump. The villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally breathing to Imperial. Unless we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest, we shall also be sure to communicate these developments. Blah, 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 blah. He's taking over his brother's job. Makes sense. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. We can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorite's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. Right, now we're going to New Gridania. Yeah. It's that one. That one! Whoop. Do not knock over your water glass. Oh. Sweet. Sick. Cool, even. Any cursed people today? Oh no, he's disconnecting. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as raptured by Berkshire's beauty as now when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear this time event shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest, blah blah blah. Let's go. Beep, 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 boop. Everybody goes to the Conjurer's Guild, but nobody becomes a conjurer. Tsugiri! Hope to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Viola, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Viola, I was glad to hear from Rio that the missing scions have now been found. There's much more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand. Gotta talk to everybody today. Long-ass day of talking.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alfino?
Step 1. Are you wasting your time?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Baelsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
Yugiri knows the rule of conservation of ninjutsu. You need to have a few number of ninjas, or it's just not going to work.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Oh, not this cutscene. Unless, nope. It's a second time they meet up when they learn about the uniforms.
Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
He's getting better. Shadow Derby's just gonna wiggle enormous ears at me and then run off. Such is their want, and I shall respect it. The Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. They'll be pretty found, unfortunately. There's Amaric. Mr. Sally say, wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hope that thank Viola for serving as our escort before our duties called her away. Also wish to thank our Doman ally. Ninja! Forgive me, my lord, I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and by force of habit had me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary. I was most grateful to your interjection when I offered Isgard support. Our nation's historic failure to lead the Alliance please. The Alliance leaders are plainly unprepared for my impromptu apologies. Resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation which allowed the Elder Seatsir to accept us both. I only did my duty. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. Oh man, we're gonna get more Yugiri. It's so good. What is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? Ah, bless you. This is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhaps the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. You accompany us to Revenant's Toll. Borrow the ninja. I think I shall pay a brief visit to East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalymo and Yda fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what is going on with Baelsar's wall. Let them meddle. Right, so now we're going back to Revenant's Toll. Actually, for Rizzle. The first time. Just waiting in cutscenes to emote at me. It's fair. I'll allow it. Even now, I'm astonished by how closely Mr. Alice resembles Master Alfino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I used to be hard-pressed to tell one from the other. Until they open their mouths, of course. Savage. Welcome back. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all that talking is over. I understand that the council meetings are important, but don't you find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I'll ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and my brother's willing to run his own errands. Anything is possible. God, we're just dunking today. No, Allegan Silverpiece. Oh, we're just going. We just going, guys. Midgar Sommer, we're just gonna go. He's hyped for it. Well, unless I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. Dude, once we get to Doma, it is just hit after hit after hit. We get Hancock. We get Ghost. Well, technically we get Ghosetsu earlier, but Hiei, the freaking everybody on the Asin Steppe, the Kami, the Kojin. Ah, that is where all of the good is. Most of the good is in Stormblood. Anyway. Alphino left. Here's Alphino back. Blah, blah, blah. It would actually make sense if Gosetsu, like, showed up in this cutscene, because he shows up in Vesper Bay, he gets on a freaking boat, and he rows his ass across a freaking ocean to come ask for help with Hiei. Oh my god, I can't wait. It's gonna happen in 5 minutes. It's just too long. They're talking about crap I don't care about. Whatever. Where's Gosetsu? Minago's fine. I'm making light of it. She holds her own. She's a good character. Each of the nations discarding quota is committed to providing military support. The Eurasian alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shard ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. You cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. May not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall. Secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. If I was familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration, if you would have me. As are my... Oh, everybody's jumping on this. It's went from a one-man mission to a party. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. You're gonna go back to the East Shroud. Watch over the border. Might I prevail on you to accompany me? Gridani will be safe for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, your sister might ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. You gotta say. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Yda, you can't say these things. You can't say these things, Yda. Oh, I'm gonna miss her. Fellow Shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. He's just hanging out with the squirrel now. It's a meme. Very well. I will embrace this meme. I'm no ninja. Okay, buddy. But I did spend a few moons at the Sharlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Yda and Papalymo will be well protected. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Existence a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before it spirals out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. Spectatar would have a little trouble facilitating communications between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full nursing that Resistance fighter back to health. Master an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I would be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders. Knifing, we've got a ways to go still. We gotta find out about the ruse, and then we gotta talk about it, and then we gotta go. Actually, that may all just be one cutscene. We'll find out. Clank, clank, clank. Oh, he's not clanking anymore. He's pointing. Oh no, we're just here. Oh, it's the Curiosity Cat. Very well. And everybody's showing up today. What's going on then? Huh. There was somebody in shout chat talking about a wedding. Maybe people are going to that. Alliance officers on the platforms to be able to appraise us of any developments. Appraise or apprise? Appraise. We'll go full wrong. Hello, fools. Yes, yes, yes. Hold the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yda. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. All this good dialogue is making me sad. Feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way. All them things never change. Let's make for the spire. Midgarstorm is coming with us today. Look at it. It's Baelsar's wall. And look at it. It's the invisible wall that prevents me from going to Baelsar's wall. Okay, bit's over. Let's get back to it.
I remember looking out into that wall way back in like 2.1 and just wondering when the fuck this thing comes into play.
This was Chekhov's gun just left on the wall, as it were. Baelsar's wall. I didn't mean that, but I'm taking it. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them in the observation platform. Play proceed. Up we go to the platform. They're waiting for you in the test chamber. Hey, it's Hilda. Hey, it's Pippin. Hey, it's everybody. It's our friends. This is bro time. Let's hope you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, you see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. Memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. It's heartening indeed to see the realms of stalwart defenders just gather their common cause. Everything's quiet. Except for that explosion. Fighting's broken out on the top of the walls, a full-scale assault. Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Da da da! Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was the bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. Those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts. The Empire will surely think we've lost an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. You could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Yours, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. You must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? And a couple of engineers from Carolina. Companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They'll emerge in the midst of a raging battle. I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It'll be dangerous, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid skirmishing, it's possible to reach the Griffin. And if we can do that, we're going to have an expansion on our hands. Bear the Scions to safety. I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. Fear of the Imperial reprisals, may the Navigator guide us through the storm. Oh, turned out to be just one cutscene after all. Bonk. There he is, the lad. You can actually, if you look at the chin, you can tell when it's him versus his imposter. Forward, comrades, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alba. So if you notice on that one, his chin was smooth. And it was a dimpled chin when it was the impersonator. So little details, they didn't have to do it. Alamigo will be free no matter the cost. Going to cost you 2 dragon eyes. Hello, Gulnat. Today is not the day to pick a fight. Buzz, buzz. Sloppy.
God, that was a meme for like 6 fucking months.
It's such
every
a
time
good...
every time you ran this, the fucking copy pasta would just be plastered in the fucking chat. Everybody would do it. Not the copy pasta, the ASCII. The fucking sloppy ASCII artwork would be posted every fucking time we got here.
ASCII
Drove me
artwork?
up a wall. The ASCII artwork, yeah. Have you not seen the sloppy ASCII artwork?
Hang on.
Hold on, I'll Google it for you and give it to you.
No,
See, you're in the middle. You're in the middle.
No, that could wait.
Are you still looking for it?
Yes.
Because I can paste you. Right, I can paste you an image of what it was.
Give me it. Give me it.
Copy image. Thank you. Stop doing that. What is going on? I'm going to copy the image link. I can't seem to get the image.
That's...
Is
it's
this
just
the image?
It's just as good.
Okay, it is.
Oh my god.
It was every time. I don't know why I couldn't copy paste the fucking image. I suppose I can then paste this in a.
No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Yeah.
There you go. You can look at what it was and what I had to deal with every single fucking run of this content.
Oh man. It's the things you didn't know you were gonna miss. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm experiencing it. I could see that about, I don't know, about 4 months in of running Baelsar's Wall. You're just like, yes, I know, slop. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I didn't run it 40 times. Anyway.
I preferred it being used outside. Like, if somebody gets their ass kicked in a fight, he just goes sloppy.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, if you're running Void Arc and somebody dies, you sloppy. Yeah, just
having that ASCII artwork macro every fucking time you run it is just.
Yeah.
It's like, all right,
yeah,
guys, I get it. He says sloppy, really funny.
Yeah, if you're just parroting it. I mean, it's still funny, but anyway. Yeah. It's a good meme. It's a solid meme. So make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. I must ask you scale the wall. I know they would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin, or just whoever you find in Duty Finder. Make them see reason by any means necessary. I'll cut them! Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if anything proceeds according to plan, Hill will then swoop in and spirit us all away. We're gonna be spirited away. Bonk. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for... There it is.
I will say in defense of the slop, Final Fantasy XIV... Final Fantasy XIV was only just getting a bit of momentum, so memes weren't that common. So... I guess everybody grabbed a hold of what they had and just ran with it for as long as they could.
Alrighty, I'll need this one. If anybody wants in. Anybody else? There you are. Oh, hang on. Clear selection. Step 1, we don't want to queue for the naval again. Dumb. Alrighty.
By the by,
yes.
There's maybe a bit of a depressing side tangent. But did you notice that Yuguri's voice was not the same?
They replaced the voice lines?
They replaced the voice actress.
Well, I know why, but I didn't know that they went back and redid older stuff.
Oh no, the voice actress. Oh, do you mean? Well, sorry. What then? Why? Why were they replaced?
I know the voice actress for Yugiri is, well, at least the more recent one is not here anymore.
Yes, very much not here anymore.
Yes, that is. So
yeah,
this was the old one.
They did not go back and change the lines from 3.4 and previous, but between 3.0 and 3.4, Yugiri's voice lines the same actress. It was 3.5 onwards that it has a permanent change.
Okay.
It's because the event happened before 3.5.
Oh. I thought it had happened later. I meant they had went back and redid old stuff, which I like. That's interesting.
No, they didn't redo it. It's just that our voice was just different. It was difficult to notice, to be fair. Yugiri doesn't do too many voices.
And haven't heard her talk since A Realm Reborn catch content.
No, she did talk a little bit in I don't remember what quest. It was at some point I had Miss War before 3.5. I just can't remember where. She did speak at some point. The A Realm Reborn version is completely different than the one that was put in for 3.0. And then they were replaced at 3.5 because they kind of had to be replaced at 3.5. Yes. There was nothing else they could do. And thankfully, it's not EA games, so they wouldn't have replaced them with an AI voice.
Gnats are buzzing at the camera, trying to do a cool pose, and they're just like...
These things are actually obnoxiously loud. The camera gets anyone near them.
Yes.
I'm just trying to think of if there was any other memes outside of Sloppy. I'm just trying to rack my brain.
There's Robot EX, which isn't intentional.
That's coming up next.
Yes. All right, I'm thinking of Stormblood already because my brain's halfway there.
Yep, that's fair.
What Heavensward memes, actually? I'm not sure.
There really wasn't a whole lot. So the vault was kind of a meme because when the vault was new, it was the hardest dungeon in the game. Like the tanks were getting fucking slaughtered. The heal checks were ridiculous. The second phase mechanics have been altered. Nowadays. But back in the day, that fight went for a while and would slaughter people. The final fight especially, oh my fucking god. Chains, nobody expected chains, nobody knew what the fuck to do with those. The damage output was absurd, it was raid-wise constantly. It was really hard. But I don't know if I'd call that a meme. It might be a meme, it might be a meme of people saying you'll be crying by the time you're done, because it's really fucking difficult, and also the extra thing that happens at the end. But there really wasn't a whole lot of memes. The game was still recovering from 1.0's disaster. And I mean, some of the memes you could argue are just Koji Fox writing funny things, like the "It's Not Lupus" fate in Costa del Sol and stuff like that. But like in-house memes, I don't know. Like this I feel is the first big one that's been done. I mean, there's technically also Turn 9, but Turn 9's a different thing. It's the same vein as the Vault.
Yeah, well, getting nailed.
By the way, I haven't fucking seen this dungeon since the fucking early Shadowbringers. I've never had this in a queue. It never shows up again.
It's well, you have to do the high level dungeons, and that stopped being as relevant. What, 7.1?
Yeah, pretty much. They really need to do something about the rewards for high level dungeons. It is not worth doing in any capacity.
Yeah, well, initially, it was. Oh, I'm getting danced with. They trust me. I'm also the only other DPS. So.
Yes.
But, what was I saying? Oh, earlier on when the blue tombstones were pretty relevant, and you had a pretty good XP boost. High level dungeon roulette was pretty good. Also, the biggest thing is they combined it together. So instead of there being multiple roulettes, now there's just a one roulette that has everything. Makes it a little bit. Oh. No, come on. What's going on with these controllers? Come on. Alright, now we got it. Many AoEs. All AoEs, all the time. Feels good when you have this. Wow, I used Asuna. This guy's on top of his crap. Inconceivable.
Is that Rogadin?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be why.
Can't argue with that.
If it's a Rogadin healer, they're usually on top of the game. They're so rare to see nowadays. Like, back in the day, they used to be horny himbos. But now they're all Rothgars, so we don't have to worry about it.
Damn it. Fingers have betrayed me. Cooldowns are weird because of the oh, doesn't matter who kills what. Ow. Well, he knows how to cast Asuna. He's still better than most of them. I was hoping for the cool animation finish, but he's dead now. Still have one of the coolest healer coaches to come out of this place, but what the? That did not work at all, no. I'm curious what the original design of that was. Gain on 3.
Flame Dragon.
Yes.
How do you feel about pickles or gherkins?
I am not terribly fond of pickles. It's been a while since I've tried them, but...
Alright, well, it was fun. Almost 20 years we were friends, but it may be over now.
Tatsu likes them for me.
No, I'm joking, I'm joking.
I'm delegated.
What the fuck is Snooty just... Why'd you... It doesn't work. You have to break it up in Twitch chat. Also, I think some people have different chat window sizes, so I think it will break in some as well. Also, wait, Twitch chat doesn't let you do a new line, does it? So you can't actually get it to work. It will never work. You gotta.
It's no use.
Make your own spaces. Here's the thing, I actually like people that don't like gherkins or pickles. Because when we go to burger places, and they put gherkins and pickles in their burgers, they tend to, like, give them to me. And that's just more pickles for me.
That's the spin on it. When they go places and they have pickles, I just give mine the Tetsu.
Nah, I have to fight Tetsu.
Yes, you, well...
No, that won't be too difficult.
Watch out, he's a ninja. Whee! Oh, we're slightly faster than a conveyor belt. No, the illusion has been ruined!
I've never tried sprinting on the conveyor belt. I wonder if you're faster.
Launcher! Blue mages, learn it!
I don't know if I've learned this spell. I really need to go out and learn so many blue mage spells. There's so many I have not picked up. Holy shit! Flame Dragon is another human being on this planet that understands how that works. Like, I understand everybody's exploded in a hilarious fashion, but that is a sight I have seen almost every time I've ran this fucking place. They don't really use that mechanic again very often.
It's few and far between. It's fun though, I enjoy it. Oh, all those hits. With the AoE to try to panic me. Oh,
yep.
Oh, I love it!
That AoE has actually made me inadvertently hit the button, forgetting that I need to stand still. Just for a moment, I forget, it slips my mind. And then I fly up in the air and it's funny. You know, back in the day, everybody had to wait in the elevator, and then somebody had to press the button for people to go up.
Oh man, it was like old Praetorum.
Nah, I'm joking.
Oh, that would have been great.
I do remember back in the day noticing that elevator and being like, man, do we have to wait on the button? And then as we got closer, we saw all the lights, and I was like, man, they really should do that for the Praetorium. And it only took them like, I don't know, several years, and then they finally did it.
The old Praetorum.
When did it become 4-man? Was it Endwalker?
I think it was Endwalker, yeah.
Man, that's so long ago. God damn. It took them that long to get rid of it.
Yeah. That and Cape Westwind is no longer a thing.
Oh man, that was my commendation farming spot. I got like 700 commendations just doing that one. Such a quick in and out job, and now I can't get it because there's racism in this game.
Racism is what got rid of Cape Westwind.
No, no. I mean,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I actually think there is some like racism that does exist in this game to some degree, which is fine. I have an Ellison who is a prick to Lalafels. It is fine. A little bit of racism's okay in the world of Eorzea. But it is really annoying when I'm the dude that's getting everybody topped the fuck up and picking everybody up, and then when the fucking raid ends, I get nothing.
There is a there is a weirdness that sometimes you do nothing and you get 2 or 3 comms and you're like, I did nothing, guys. And then other times you bust your ass, you scrape the raid off the floor, and then everyone just leaves.
So you're saying that that has not really happened to me ever. That never happened to me. I do not get the odd 2 or 3 commendations. The most I ever get is like 1. And I might get multiple, depending on the content I'm doing. If I actually do a leveling roulette and do a low-level dungeon, and several people are new, I'm very likely to get the commendation, because people always give it to the healers. But when it's current content, I'm running fucking Aglaya, or I'm running any Alliance raid as a healer, and they just don't give it to me ever. It's kind of annoying, and it's why I've been playing this game since the Realm Reborn, and I still don't have the commendation count to do Mentor.
How far off are you?
1,300.
Okay.
But it's like, it's so slow gaining. But I've got so many friends of mine that are not Elias. Oh, hold on, we gotta listen to him.
Yeah.
More important.
Ah, he's here! He's here! Give you a glorious. Oh, what? They pulled? You have fun with that, guys. I'm watching.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you pull? Yeah, never mind. Never mind. They don't.
That'll
block
be
you.
That'll be Night Fiend.
Fine.
How'd you like this?
See, I thought that line was funnier. How'd you like this? That's something I say a lot, just randomly.
Sloppy.
There it is, sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy.
Saying the thing.
Papalymo.
Nice.
Oh, wow,
you
right,
had it in time.
I know this fight way too well.
Let me target it. We're not. Yeah, I was about to say, we're not there yet.
How'd you like this? I actually don't think that flashbang had the icon back in the day. I think you just had to be pay attention and he was doing a flashbang. Which was fucked for a lot of people.
Oh, God. Samurai dash. I was running this once as the healer, and everybody, the DPS just let me die, and then they killed the boss. I was just like, I'd be mad at you, but it worked.
It's annoying when that happens in this game. Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. How'd you like this?
Got him with the blade dance. We're here. The moment. Oh, everyone left.
Well, everybody left.
Man, everybody had shit to do today. Isn't that right? Yeah, everybody had shit to do. I get it. Gotta calm.
The big scene.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold! A glimpse of things to come! We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Oh, Laurentius.
They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Oof. Oh, I didn't even. That stock sound scream sound effect. I recognize that.
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
The massacre is a necessary part of this.
Mighty Rolger. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
No one survived this shit
How long
show.
have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Yda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
Motherfucker.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Be the coolest villain in this game until Shadowbringers.
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal? You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Oh no, he's slightly further away. At least they addressed the fact that he was doing it right in front of them.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Marty, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Yda. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
At this point, there's so much emotion going on. You're just getting hit with wave after wave, and then you understand what's going on. Ah, it's so good. So when I did this the first time, I did stay at Papalymo's side, and he literally threw me onto the ship.
Yep, I did the same thing.
I'm like, bitch, we're going down together. And he's just like, no, you're not. So...
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Yda.
This is a line that unless you realize what it is, you don't realize what he's saying. It's so good.
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Put a pin in this. Whew. We are still in Heavensward patch content. All of this stuff. One set of patch content. Been explaining to me what the light represents, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. Oh, shadow drifting. Every Asgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind, enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Thanks, Elidibus. Why didn't they let me stay? He was my friend. I should have been there with him. See it in his eyes, Yda. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis wore that same look right before the end. I know, alright? I know. There's nothing more he could have done. Ilberd cut us all off guard. Even Viola was powerless to stop him. I was in a cutscene or else he would have been dead. You must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you'll never forget what Papalymo strove to protect or the lessons he tried to teach you. Eat it with me. Go on, back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Whew. I think you say will console her now. And I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. Must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions. Pray make your way there at once. Oh, I'm not there yet. I was like, where are those other ones? I have Aether rights for Norvrant. No, you don't. Beep. The Rising Stones entrance. I've prayed returned. Hi. See me bringing ill tidings. Behind the Griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. One plot dump later. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. It was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the people follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. Must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I'm certainly doing my best. They're gonna go check it out. Not so much as a by your leave. Pray forgive Archon Historia her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to convert Yda doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Lyse, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute. We must begin preparations to face Ilber's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Pulls out forever. There's a finest pupil's ally. Oh man, spoilers. Fucking hell. Situation in the East Shroud remains utterly unchanged, meaning that's no longer blah blah. Oh, we have a phone call. Word from Gridania, the council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. We wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As Stolla's last report, the cocoon yet hung on the wall unchanged. Elder Chief doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise. Here we go. Back to Gridania. Ooh. Yes! It's him! He's here!
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order.
Crap, repast came back! How many times am I going to be embarrassed?
Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man, are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Oh, what an open. What a way to just be like, here's the next character you will like. Conjure's Guild. Ah, disgusting. Yeah, dyed outfit and everything. It's fine. It's fine. Here we go. Here we go. We're going from strength to strength. It's just gonna be a roller coaster of awesome all the way down. I'm hyped.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, But the situation at Baelsar's wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Everybody think. Put on your best pensive faces.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Ladies and gentlemen, he has entered the scene. And our hearts once again.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Yeah, Allagans.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
Oh, I sang it too. He's covering for the Seedseer. I didn't see what he's doing.
So I actually don't think the big document of how to pronounce a lot of these things was really given to people yet at this point in the game. I think a lot of people are making assumptions on a few things, and I think this is one of them. Potentially, although I feel like, did they not say Allagans before in A Realm Reborn? I actually don't remember.
Have, I think
they have.
This may be another Urianger moment that they
just. It may be
that they just. It's not quite prestigious enough that they have everything together in a full continuity.
We're gonna get to the third fucking Final Fantasy VII game, and they're gonna say Mako out of nowhere.
Oh no!
And we're gonna be infuriated. So mad.
I have already conceded to Mako. You can't do that to me. Can't be done. Whatever. It's all gone now. Nero, continue to embarrass these fools.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Absolutely. No, we'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
I didn't even think of Kate Sith. Or is it, was it Kaisis? I don't even know. Probably just made some...
It is supposed to be Cat Sheath. They've decided, since the vast majority of the world, you know, if you just read a word that's brand new and you have a basic idea on what English is supposed to sound like, you'd pronounce it Kate Sith. Also, Star Wars was around. I think the reason they call it Kate Sith in Rebirth is because it's what everybody else would call them as a result of all the years and not being told what the fuck it's supposed to be for many, many years. Anyway, sorry, I just went and it was like, hey, I'm gonna rub my nerd dick and splooge all over the chat. That's just what happened there. There was no filter at all. I do apologize.
That will neither be the first nor last time that happens. Please continue. The chat's in the splash zone. They know the risks.
Put on your poncho.
Get a little chocobo raincoat too. Anyway. Why am I sticky? Also could be a Garlean accent. Go with that.
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
Supervise the other one. Cocktail umbrella.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yagiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Oh.
My blade is yours.
That look!
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Oh, you can go nuts with the pronunciation of Red Maid's things. Like, you could just really put it in. It'd be like, now it's time for redoublement. Really just wanted to be insufferable, which I do to myself frequently. Oh god, Nero. The fucking balls to walk into the middle of that and just snipe the entire room. Ugh. Samurai. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait, what do we want to do? Iki Shoten? Meisi Shui? Midari Setsugeka? How about Hakaze? Anyway, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Getting a lot of Orchestrion rolls today. How about Hisatsu Shiten? Ogi Namiki. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Alright, we're going to the airship landing. Ooh, it's Darth Rice. I guess even the dark side needs a good cook. Lyse is already on our way. We're not due to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Oh no, the longest point in Gridania. The distance between the Aetherite and the frickin' airship landing. What else could we sweat in? Now I'm curious here. Oh, we could sweat in Sage. That's a good one. What's a phlegma? Oh, hang on a minute. Are you still scheming over here, Mr. Schemer? God bless you. Keep going. I said. Others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. Shinryu, well, they're here now. You probably could walk, but it'd be less funny. You can also teleport out of town, but you can also walk out of town and complain about how far along it is. It's a bit. But I probably could have. You're right, I probably should have just teleported. It would have been faster. Anyway, let's go to Cartano. When I ask if we delay our departure, they require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. We want your opinion. We'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Fuck. He never stops. All right. Well, Alphino speaks to his colleague. Fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. It's Yda. Travel to Mordona. Is there a cutscene on? No, okay, they just wanted to pop us out here. Hello, Nero. What are you looking at? Oh, the airship. Valid. Manner of airship has no private cabins. And again, I suppose Garland has to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. I cannot wait for the the teapot conspiracy. I do not care for that man. Understandable, he's an asshole. Strange though it may seem, numerous former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I can't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Go on our company issue Chocobo. It's Jim Park, and it's Thing 3. Interesting. Interesting. Dr. Seuss reference. People still do Dr. Seuss? Is that a thing? Do the youngins know of the ways of the poetic lord himself? Be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alleg were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. One was created to capture Bahamut and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger? Everybody's take home. My question to you is, do I offer him tea? Oh, good. Good to know that his legacy lives on.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
The tea kettle conspiracy has begun. There is no stopping it. The wheels are in motion.
We are returned. Well, Yda and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back without for now. Papalymo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Yes!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid.
Can we just go right to Doma? Just snap our fingers. Ah!
Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire?
You said the magic word.
You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
What a beautiful man. Tatara here to give me an outfit. When I had meet at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you. Once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Yay! Thus begins the beautiful, beautiful Totaro outfits. Complete with weird monocle. Oh, it's right. It's a dress. Viola's a lady. Of course I get the dress. Threw me off. I was like, where are the pants? Just got outed. Remember correctly, it should be just right. Snug, but not too smug. Yes. Filled in a blood pearl charm to bring you home. May it always protect you. Oh, nice. This dies really well. Oh, it's not a tie. It's like a bow for ladies. Oh no, that's weird. The icon has the pants, but it's. These are things I've not played ladies for that long outside of what I've done here, and I've not looked at outfits outside of the ones I've had to for the cosplay. Adventure monocle's still dumb. But it does hit a certain aesthetic, and it is a hefty monocle. A lot of the Realm Reborn monocles, like the Hildebrand monocles, they look good, they're fine, but you can like lose them in the shuffle. But the Scion monocle, like that's a hefty piece of equipment. There's no missing that one. If a set of traveling goes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. The brutal seamstress cut. Just the two unexpected guests then. Hi, Gosetsu. Ah, beautiful. No idea Domon's gonna be so loud. He and Giri could hardly be more different. I think here Gosetsu's voice echoes through these halls. I think he's going to fit right in. Mark 13 Thermocoil Boilmaster. Dear me, how risible must the previous 13 iterations have been? I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Ah, so good. And then he does, which is the best part. Anyway, getting ahead of ourselves. Oh my god, it's just strength to strength. To wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Remain here and continue coordinating our efforts. Alfino, get out of here. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Viola, Yda, and our Dome and friends take care of security. Excelsior's by the lake outside of town. The Gosetsu outfit's in the cash shop. It's pretty solid. But I think I got price bit by it. I think it's probably cheaper now. But it's the problem of you go into the shop, you buy one thing, and then you keep looking. You're just like, oh, I'll just do it. It's like $5. Oh, I've always wanted that. And then you look at it, like, $50. Crap. I did not budget for this. Then you throw it all away and you go somewhere else. More funny dialogue, man. That's not funny. Ah, he played me. I'm too eager. Gosetsu's accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. With that, I guess he is for Nero. How you doing, Gosetsu? Like we in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Sid, still as good as ever. Once there, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Eline Royale was still active when the Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. If Nero deemed that the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new Primal is not impossible, the Garlemald might do the same. We had to make it a fight somehow. What? Oh. Off we go. I wonder if you still go here as a summoner. I suppose you would, because it's part of the quest line. Even if you don't learn the same spell. I mean, that's probably just window dressing what you learn. Like, they probably rewrote the Astrologian one so that you don't have to deal with the nocturnal and diurnal sects, even though you damn well should bring that back. I miss it. But I understand. Maybe they'll put in 5 healers.
Where was that?
And it'll go back to it being the pivot class. A boy could dream. A man can dream. A Hrothgar female could dream. They can all dream. I'm just listing things that could dream. Anyway.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes, but how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
It's Grindelwald! Oh, look at that punk.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Hello, Pinchy. Also, his name day's here. He's mocking us with a hammer.
Scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Off they go.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
I do have to say, I do love the shot of you pulling out your sword,
and then
the camera panning slowly to the better samurai.
I know! I was gonna say something about being emasculated, but I'm just like, no, don't talk over it. You're gonna talk over a bajillion things. Anyway, it did happen. It was hilarious.
You watching, Papalymo?
I hope you.
Tis my right to strike.
This world sting.
No retreat. No surrender.
No holding back. Leave it to me.
Come on, come on. Hit them. Who are you targeting? I got blood going. Oop. Surrender, we have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. still playing with those soldiers, I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. His armor. Warrior of Light's like new toys. I think that is one of the facial emotes. I'll actually look into that because I'm curious. Honors Kurtik to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Come on. Oh, I completely missed that. Come on, you can do it.
You watching, Papalymo?
Letting you have a little bit of fun with the mech, I guess. Valid.
I like to strike.
Your defense is nothing.
With soul and steel.
There are a lot of Imperials here.
Leave this to me.
Oh, the ammunition's been depleted.
Look upon us, samurai of Doma.
Got him on the ropes, boys. It's pretty hard, actually.
You watching, Papalymo?
Yukari Tsuchigaka finish! Chom! It'll be you ruse the day. And off he goes. I don't know what the cash out mechs do, if they're any different. I got the gold one, so I'm pretty set there.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Hello, Omega.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Baelsar's wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think? I try not to think.
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalymo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do. The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Cool cutscene time. Oh, the Shinryu theme.
I actually forgot it plays here.
You do start to flex around here in terms of cool stuff going on narratively. like, we're doing real shit today. And they are. It's great. The beams crashing.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps.
Anything?
I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalymo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
If it was broken, then what? I push button. That didn't work. I said, I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Yeah, let's go. Oh, free travel to Gridania. We're starting to learn that we don't have to get in the damn airship every time. Oh, hi, Mega Armor. Got excited, he saw there was another dragon. Understandable. It's a primal, though. It's fake. Oh, wait, he wants me to meet me at the... Wait. Oh, he's just right there. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Da-da-da-da-da-da, sure. Nearly there. Excuse me. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Off she goes. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. Why, thanks, Yukiri. Council reconvened a short while ago. Let's make haste. Yada yada. Clover belt. Actual Grahatia. It's Taru, 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 Taru. Very good. Web, you have like said nothing this whole time. How you doing? Another calamity averted, eh? How many times have you and yours hauled us back from the brink? No, not yet. I instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss. All this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. Marek realized. Friends, full eagerly we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. How did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. Words can do it justice as to scene, none of my choosing that much is serving, but I give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst grows a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies of Albania. Primal's might defied belief. It seems the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen and never hope to see again. The battle raged on with no one in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a binding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I'll not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed they each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us can think only of Bahamut when looking upon the Primal's form, the Domans are heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. The Shinyu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have set our main force under the command of Marshal Tauropin to capture the wall. The Imperials in disarray, we have perfect opportunity to secure Gardania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. That explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engage Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen under the Empire's laugh, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Without me to guide their efforts, it would have taken them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. This reassurance too much to calm our fears. The relic's fate is one of several concerns. I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the resistance representatives of Girabania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Stoic nod. Alfredo, what do you want? You must be exhausted. I barely did anything. I don't normally suggest we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Joel and the others have gathered at Amarisse Spire, and I imagine you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. Where we go? I very much like to see this. Yeah. No. Da, 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 da. I wonder if we're gonna see it. The open of. I mean, we're right there on the doorstep. We don't have to see it tonight. Oh, hang on. Only the curs of Garlemald would sully such beauty with that black iron monstrosity. Those animals respect nothing and no one. Yda's there atop the spire. She has done naught but gaze silently at the wall for some time now. Yes. When you make a single-minded onslaught, I had vision to be being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, but if you had seen what I saw. And say goodbye to Yda, everybody.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Yda in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Yda.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalymo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
All that hair tucked away.
Yda, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalymo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. and my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Yda.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalymo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Yda died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
We're gonna be quiet on this one.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lyse.
Hi, Lyse.
When Papalymo brought me Yda's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Yda, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalymo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lyse. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Yda and my father always wanted it to be.
Lyse is trying her best.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Almost. Almost. Brave of Lyse to remove her mask after so long, though she has scarcely come to terms with Papalymo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. Should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on the road she is resolved to walk. Or drag her halfway there ourselves. But she's trying her best. Just upset. I miss Yda already. It is difficult coming to terms with yourself. Sometimes it's easier to be someone else. I get it. I've done it. Here's our credits. Change scroll speed. There's only the one scroll speed.
Man, the hype for this next expansion was colossal. Especially after how good this one had been.
This patch content is ridiculous. I keep saying it, but it's no less true. Like, it's just basically, like, the quality of the writing and the amount of stuff that goes on. Like, it's sort of like, it's like a soft expansion on its own. So good. And the beginning of Menphilia being a legit character. Oh, good. Okay, we've seen this. Thank you, everybody who worked on the game. Everybody here to talk? Ooh, they're doing squats. Hang on a minute. The Archon to be called away to Garabania. It will follow us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations. They're having fun over on the side. It's just the little people. Oh yeah, Snooty. Yeah. I mean, we have talked about this as a group. Like we gotta go back and see all these threads and see how things were, and it is how many, like, hundreds of hours? Why do it separately? Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of the trouble, what might be brewing, and the rest of the realm. Don't you worry, though. I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, me nose in the air, and one eye on the horizon. What are you going to be doing with your other eye, Real? Never mind. Do you know about Lyse? I had no idea. We only met after the calamity, and your sister must have already been, well, you know. Anything fun? I may have mentioned, but Alpha Noah has surprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the expansion. Lyse has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those who might conceivably be safe is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? Another callback. I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. As I rather suspect do you. That was our last organ. Quick march, the Imperials will soon come to their senses and we must be ready to face their retribution. Almost time. Stand firm. Learn to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Pouring one out for his homie. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. The both of us. So who is this viceroy we've been hearing about, you may wonder? letting his arms out for a moment. My lord, Viceroy, the scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's walls fall into the Eorzean alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Akon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region, so we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work. The villainous slouch. Forgive me, my lord, I did not intend. Your will be done. He could have very well been asleep in there, but he's just got the aura. A leg cross. Does not care. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Go inside his helmet, because why wouldn't we? Our edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. Dawn of Liberation, a gathering. Storm of blood. Name drop. There is it. No. Fate Walker. Still have yet to unseat Unbeliever. Oh, look at that XP number. I want it. I want the quest accept jingle from Stormblood, and then that's a place to stop it.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
We're all here.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lyse. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lyse's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Stoic nod. ... We're back to being cheeky.
Look, I know I've kept things from you, and I'm sorry, I really am. But that's all over now, I swear, and it'd mean a lot to me, having you at my side.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Stola hasn't hit her Black Mage Awakening yet.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
There it is! We're in Stormblood! We've done it. Ah. Man, that's some badass stuff. Oh, yes, do that. You know how this works, computer. Go like this. And then we do this. Because we're winding down. Beautiful. We've done it. Ugh. New expansion into Stormblood. Thanks for everybody showing up. Good night, Snooty. Good night, everyone else. Lots of good pieces to look forward to in Stormblood, but Stormblood is a bit of start and stop on the pacing. And, well, we'll complain about the things as we go, I suppose, but even in Girabania, there's fun stuff to do. Just a bit of a drag in places, I suppose, but some stuff in Stormblood is just its peak. You just drink it. So we'll be having some drinks. Probably back to this Wednesday. Now that I got out of the Pats content, I might go back to actually playing other video games on Saturday. I don't know. Still have to work through that. See how I feel in a week's time. I had a couple games I had my eye on, so really it's just a matter of following through. Crap, where'd it go? You're not installed. Oh no, there you are. All right. Anyway, enough of that. I'll ruminate over the week. Should be streaming Wednesday. I think my mini hiatus has served its purpose, and unless something crazy drastic happens, but that's just life. You know how it is. Sometimes you wake up and it's all on fire, and you gotta go put it out. Not literally. Well, sometimes literally. You get what I mean. Anyway, thanks again for hanging out. I will catch all of you later.